The Valley That Maps Forgot. Chapter 1. Where the Compass Stops Working. There was a valley that no longer appeared on any map. Perhaps it had been forgotten, or perhaps it had chosen to be overlooked. The distinction hardly mattered to those who lived there. They woke each morning to the same pale mist that gathered in the low places, moved through their days with the unhurried certainty of people who had nowhere else to be, and retired each evening as the mountains turned violet in the fading light. The valley stretched for perhaps 15 miles from end to end, though no one had measured it in living memory. A river ran through its center, not particularly wide or deep, making a sound like distant conversation as it passed over smooth stones. On either side, the land rose gently toward ridges that seemed to hold the sky at a comfortable distance. There were fields, yes, and scattered houses built from the gray stone that could be found in the upper meadows. There were orchards where ancient apple trees still produced fruit each autumn, their branches twisted into shapes that suggested great age and patience. In the largest of the valley's 3 villages, though largest, meant perhaps 40 houses clustered around a common square, there lived a woman named Clara who kept the general store. Each morning she unlocked the door at 8 o'clock, not because anyone was waiting, but because that was when she had always unlocked it. The bell above the door would ring as she entered, a clear note that seemed to linger in the quiet air longer than it should. She would sweep the wooden floor, moving the broom in long, even strokes that raised no dust worth mentioning. Then she would arrange the day's newspapers on the counter. Though the newspapers were often several days old by the time they arrived, brought by the mail carrier who came twice a week if the weather permitted. After that, she would stand behind the counter and wait, looking out through the front window at the square where morning light fell in predictable patterns across the cobblestones. People came and went. Old Thomas would arrive around 9 to buy tobacco for his pipe, moving with the careful deliberation of someone whose bones remembered every winter they had endured. He would comment on the weather, which changed so slowly in the valley that his observations were more ritual than information. Clara would nod and wrap his tobacco in brown paper, and he would leave, the bell ringing again as the door closed. Mrs. Haverton might come at 10 or 10:30, or sometimes not until 11. Time in the valley had a way of stretching and compressing that made precise schedules feel presumptuous. She would buy flour or sugar, or sometimes just stand at the counter and talk about her garden, describing the progress of her tomatoes with the attention others might give to matters of great importance. Clara would listen, occasionally offering a word or two, and the conversation would wend its way to a natural conclusion without either of them quite noticing how they had arrived there. The store carried everything the valley needed, which was not very much. There were bolts of sturdy fabric, tools for mending and building, lamp oil and candles, coffee and tea, preserves and dried goods. Everything had its place, and that place never changed. A person could walk into the store in complete darkness and find what they needed by memory alone. In the afternoon, the light would shift, falling through the western window at an angle that made the dust motes visible as they drifted through the air. Clara would sometimes sit in the wooden chair by the window and read, though she read the same books over and over, a volume of poetry, a natural history of birds, 3 or 4 novels whose pages had softened from handling. She was not reading for plot or surprise, but for the comfort of familiar words arranged in familiar patterns. Around 4 o'clock, she would begin to think about closing, though she rarely closed before 5. The school children would pass by on their way home, their voices carrying across the square. There were not many children in the valley, perhaps a dozen in total, ranging in age from 6 to 14. They attended the small schoolhouse on the eastern edge of the village, where Miss Brennan taught them reading and arithmetic and the kind of practical knowledge that life in the valley required. The children moved in a loose group, not quite playing, but not quite purposeful either, occupying that territory between activity and rest that children naturally inhabit. They would glance at the store as they passed, and sometimes one or two would come in to buy a piece of hard candy or a stick of gum, counting out their coins with serious concentration. After they had gone, the village would grow quieter still. Clara would lock the cash box, though there was rarely much money in it. Most transactions in the valley were still conducted through exchange and credit, recorded in a ledger that went back 3 generations. She would check that the windows were latched and the back door secured, then step out onto the square, locking the store behind her. Her house stood 3 doors down from the store, a narrow stone building with blue shutters and a small garden in front where she grew herbs and a few flowers. The walk home took less than a minute, but she never hurried. The evening air smelled of wood smoke and the faint sweetness of the apple orchards that began at the village's edge. Inside, she would light a lamp and prepare her dinner. Simple things, soup or bread and cheese, sometimes a piece of fish if the fisherman had been to the river that day. She ate at the small table by the kitchen window, looking out at the darkening square, watching as lights appeared in other windows as the valley settled into night. After dinner, she might sit by the fire and knit, or write a letter to her sister who had left the valley 20 years ago and now lived in a city whose name Clara sometimes had trouble remembering. The letters were never urgent. They described the small events of valley life, the changing seasons, the minor dramas of neighbors and weather. Her sister wrote back infrequently, and when she did, her letters spoke of a world that seemed both impossibly distant and vaguely unreal. Traffic and crowds, and the constant rush of people moving from one place to another. Clara would read these letters once, carefully, then fold them and place them in a wooden box where she kept all her correspondence. She did not read them again. They belonged to a world outside the valley, and while she bore her sister no ill will, that world had nothing to do with the rhythm of her days. At 9 o'clock, or sometimes 9:30, she would bank the fire and climb the stairs to her bedroom. The room was small and spare, with a narrow bed and a chest of drawers and a single window that looked out toward the mountains. She would stand at that window for a moment before retiring, looking at the dark shapes of the peaks against the slightly less dark sky, at the scatter of stars that appeared between the slow-moving clouds. The valley held its breath in the darkness. Somewhere a dog barked once, then fell silent. The river continued its endless conversation with the stones, and Clara would turn from the window, extinguish her lamp, and slip between sheets that smelled faintly of lavender, letting sleep find her in its own time. This was one day. Tomorrow would be another, almost identical, and the day after that the same. The seasons would turn, as they always did. The mist would rise and fall. The children would grow, slowly, and the old would age, slowly, and everything would continue in the manner it had always continued, as though time itself moved differently here, less like a river rushing toward the sea and more like a wheel turning in place, covering the same ground again and again without any sense of loss or repetition. And the valley, absent from all maps, would remain exactly where it had always been, neither lost nor found, simply existing in the way that certain places exist, outside the concern of the wider world, sufficient unto itself, asking nothing and offering nothing except the quiet persistence of its own being. Chapter 2. The Stranger Who Stayed 3 Days. It was early autumn when the stranger arrived, though arrived suggested intention, and it seemed more likely that he had simply wandered into the valley by accident. He appeared at the edge of the village on a Tuesday afternoon, carrying a worn canvas pack and walking with the slight unsteadiness of someone who had been traveling for a very long time. Clara saw him first from the store window. He stood in the square, looking around with an expression that was not quite confusion, but rather a kind of measured uncertainty, as though he had expected to find something different and was recalculating his expectations. He was perhaps 40, with gray beginning to show in his dark hair, wearing clothes that had once been good but were now faded and mended in several places. She watched as he crossed to the public well in the center of the square and drew water, drinking deeply from the ladle that hung there for common use. Then he sat on the stone edge of the well and appeared to be consulting something, a map, perhaps, or a notebook. His shoulders sagged slightly, and even from a distance, Clara could sense his fatigue. After several minutes, he stood and walked toward the store. The bell rang as he entered, and he paused just inside the door, blinking as his eyes adjusted to the dimmer interior light. "Good afternoon," Clara said. "Good afternoon," he replied. His voice was hoarse, as though he had not spoken to another person in some time. "I wonder if you might help me. I seem to be. I'm looking for the road to Miller's Bridge." "Miller's Bridge," Clara repeated. The name was familiar in the way that names from old stories are familiar. She had heard it, certainly, but could not quite place when or in what context. "Yes, I have a map, but—" He pulled a folded paper from his pocket and spread it on the counter. It was indeed a map, professionally printed, showing roads and towns and geographical features. He pointed to a spot marked with a small circle. "I should be here, I think, based on the distance I've covered. But there's no village marked, and the road that should continue north seems to have ended." Clara studied the map. The valley was not on it. Where the valley should have been, there was simply blank space between two marked roads that curved around some obstacle that was not indicated. "I'm not sure about Miller's Bridge," she said finally. "That road you came in on, the one from the south, that's the only road that comes into the valley." "Into the valley," he repeated. "Is that where I am?" "In a valley?" "Yes. There are mountains on both sides, and the road ends at the northern ridge." He looked at her, and then at the map, and then back at her. Something in his expression shifted, some small collapse of certainty. "I see," he said, though it was clear he did not see it all. "Are you hungry?" Clara asked. "There's a boarding house just across the square. Mrs. Haverton keeps rooms. You could rest there, have a meal. The road back to the main highway is a full day's walk. You wouldn't want to start now. not this late. He considered this, his hand still resting on the map. Yes, he said at last. Yes, that would be. Thank you. Clara directed him to Mrs. Haverton's house, the largest building on the square, with its green door and window boxes that still held the last flowers of summer. She watched through the store window as he crossed to it, knocked, and was admitted. Mrs. Haverton appeared briefly in the doorway, nodded, and gestured him inside. That evening, when Clara closed the store, she saw a lamplight in the boarding house's front room. She imagined the stranger sitting at Mrs. Haverton's table, eating the plain but generous food the woman prepared, listening to her talk about the valley and its ways. Mrs. Haverton was kind to travelers, the rare times they appeared. She would make him comfortable, ask few questions, and leave him to his thoughts. The next morning, Clara expected the stranger to be gone, resuming his journey to wherever he had been heading. But when she opened the store, she saw him sitting on the bench outside the boarding house, his pack beside him, looking out at the mountains with the expression of someone trying to solve a problem that had no clear solution. He remained there for most of the morning. Around 11, he stood and began walking through the village, moving slowly, looking at the houses and the small church and the schoolhouse as though memorizing them. He walked to the edge of the fields and stood watching two men repair a stone wall, their movements steady and unhurried. He walked to the river and followed it upstream for perhaps half a mile before returning. In the afternoon, he came back to the store. The bell rang, and Clara looked up from the inventory she was recording in her ledger. "I wonder," he said, "do you have any salt? And perhaps some tea?" She nodded and gathered these items. As she wrapped them, he said, "I've decided to stay another day, or perhaps two, if that's all right." "Of course," Clara said. "Mrs. Haverton's rooms are comfortable." "Yes," he agreed. "They are." He paused, then added, "It's very quiet here." "It is," Clara said. "I had forgotten that places could be this quiet." She handed him his parcels. He paid with coins that looked strange in her hand, too bright, too precisely minted, carrying the stamp of the world outside. She put them in the cash box where they lay among the older, more worn currency that the valley used. He stayed 3 days in total. Each day followed the same pattern. He would wake, eat breakfast at Mrs. Haverton's table, then walk through the valley, observing everything with careful attention. He spoke little, but when he did, his questions were thoughtful. He asked old Thomas about the tobacco he smoked. It was grown in the valley, Thomas explained, in the southern fields where the soil was right for it. He asked the fishermen about the river, learning that it came from springs high in the mountains and that it had never run dry in anyone's memory. On the evening of his second day, Clara saw him standing in the square as the sun set, watching the light move across the mountains. The peaks turned gold, then rose, then violet, and finally black as night settled over everything. He stood there long after dark, as though waiting for something to reveal itself. On the morning of the third day, he packed his belongings and came to the store one final time. He bought a loaf of bread and some cheese for his journey, and as Clara wrapped these items, he said, "Your valley isn't on any map I have." "No," Clara agreed. "It isn't." "Why is that?" She considered the question. "I don't know. Perhaps because no one who makes maps has ever come here. Or perhaps because it doesn't matter, to anyone outside. "It matters," he said quietly. "Or it should." He shouldered his pack and walked to the door, then paused and turned back. "Thank you," he said, "for your kindness, and for this place." "You're welcome to return," Clara said, though she knew he would not. "Yes," he said, "perhaps I will." She watched him walk across the square and take the southern road, the same road he had arrived on. His figure grew smaller as he climbed the gentle slope toward the ridge. At the top, he paused and looked back once, a dark shape against the bright sky. Then he descended the other side and was gone. The valley continued as it always had. That afternoon, Mrs. Haverton came to the store and mentioned that her guest had been a pleasant man, very polite, and hadn't it been nice to have someone new to talk to? Clara agreed that it had been nice. They discussed what he might have been seeking and concluded that some people were simply restless, always moving from one place to another, never quite settling. "I wonder if he found what he was looking for," Mrs. Haverton said. "Perhaps he wasn't looking for anything in particular," Clara replied. "Then what was he doing?" Clara didn't have an answer for that, but she thought about it sometimes in the days that followed, in the quiet moments between customers, watching the light move across the square. She thought about how he had stood watching the sunset, and how he had asked why the valley was not on any map, as though its absence from maps was a problem that needed solving. But the valley had never needed to be on a map. It knew where it was. The people who lived there knew where it was, and that seemed to be sufficient. The stranger had brought with him the anxiety of the outside world, the need to chart and categorize and understand everything in relation to everything else. He had left that anxiety behind when he departed, and the valley had absorbed it the way water absorbs a single drop of rain, completely, without trace. Evening came, as it always did. Clara closed the store and walked home. She made her dinner and ate it slowly. She sat by the fire and worked on the scarf she was knitting, the needles clicking in a rhythm that required no thought. And when she finally climbed the stairs to bed, she looked out at the mountains and the stars and felt nothing but the quiet satisfaction of another day completed, another night beginning, the endless gentle rotation of valley time continuing without pause or variation. Chapter 3. When the Apples Fell. October arrived with its particular quality of light, lower, more golden, making everything appear both sharper and softer at once. The apple trees that grew in scattered orchards throughout the valley began to release their fruit, not all at once, but gradually, as though each apple decided its own moment of readiness. Clara had 3 apple trees behind her house, old ones that had been there long before she was born. She could not remember a year when they had failed to produce, though the quantity varied. Some years the branches hung heavy, bending under the weight of hundreds of apples. Other years the harvest was modest, enough for her needs, but no more. This was a heavy year. The trees were so laden that Clara had to prop up several branches with forked sticks to keep them from breaking. The apples were small and tart, good for pies and sauce, and for storing in the cellar where they would keep until spring if properly arranged. The gathering of apples was work that could not be hurried. Each morning before opening the store, Clara would spend an hour collecting the fruit that had fallen overnight, sorting it into baskets, the unblemished ones for storage, the damaged ones for immediate use, the ones too far gone for anything but the compost heap. Then in the evening, After closing, she would spend another hour doing the same. It was peaceful work, moving among the trees, bending and straightening, feeling the weight of the apples accumulate in her basket. The air smelled of ripeness and the first hints of decay, that particular autumn scent that spoke of abundance and inevitable loss occurring simultaneously. Wasps droned lazily around the fallen fruit, too sluggish with cold to be truly threatening. Overhead, birds called to each other, crows and jays arguing, smaller birds making softer sounds. On the third day of October, as Clara was gathering apples in the early morning, she heard footsteps and looked up to see her neighbor, Mr. Davies, approaching from the adjacent property. He was an old man, perhaps 75, who lived alone and kept mostly to himself. His orchard was larger than hers, with perhaps a dozen trees, and she had seen him out among them at dawn and dusk, moving slowly but steadily. "Good morning," he called. "Good morning," Clara replied. He came to the fence that separated their properties and leaned against it. "Heavy year," he observed. "Yes, the trees are quite full. Too full for me," he said. "I've been picking, but there's more than I can use. Would you want some? To sell in the store, perhaps?" Clara considered this. The store rarely sold fresh produce. There was little point when everyone grew their own, but apples might be different. People might buy them for convenience, or if their own trees had not done well this year. "Yes," she said, "that would be fine. Bring them by whenever it suits you." He nodded, satisfied, and returned to his own orchard. This was how things were arranged in the valley, casually, without contracts or formal agreements, based on the assumption that people would do what they said they would do because there was no reason not to. That afternoon, Mr. Davies brought 5 bushel baskets of apples to the store, beautiful ones, larger and more colorful than Clara's own. She arranged them near the front window where the light would show them to advantage, and by evening she had sold 2 baskets. One to Mrs. Haverton, who planned to make apple butter, and one to the schoolteacher, Miss Brennan, who wanted them for the children. The pattern repeated over the following week. Mr. Davies would bring apples, Clara would sell them, and each evening she would give him the money, minus a small percentage for the store. It was not much money, but he seemed pleased nonetheless. "I'm too old to put up this much fruit," he explained, "and I have no one to give it to. Better someone should enjoy them." Other people began bringing their surplus as well. The blacksmith brought pears from his 2 ancient trees. A woman from the second village brought plums, small and purple and sweet. The store began to smell like an orchard, and fruit flies appeared, requiring Clara to be more diligent about cleaning and covering the fruit at night. The school children would stop by after lessons and buy apples with their few coins, choosing carefully, examining each one as though this choice was of great significance. They would eat them while walking home, the sound of their crunching audible across the square, and leave trails of cores and seeds that the crows would clean up before morning. One evening, as Clara was closing the store, Miss Brennan came by carrying a basket. Inside was an apple pie, still warm. "I made too many," Miss Brennan said, though they both knew this was not quite true. "I thought you might like one." Clara accepted it with thanks. That night, she ate a piece while sitting by her fire, and the taste was so perfectly balanced between sweet and tart, the crust so flaky and light, that she sat very still afterward, letting the flavor fade slowly, feeling something that was not quite happiness, but rather a deep, quiet contentment. The apples kept falling. Every morning there would be more on the ground, and every evening the same. Clara developed a rhythm, a way of moving through the work that made it almost meditative. She noticed things she had not noticed before. The way certain apples fell in clusters, as though the tree released them in conversation with itself. The way the light changed as October progressed, becoming thinner, more pale. The way the mountains seemed to draw closer as the leaves fell from the trees, making the valley feel smaller and more enclosed. By the third week of October, the main harvest was done. A few apples still clung to the highest branches, but most had been gathered. Clara's cellar was full of carefully arranged fruit, each apple separated from its neighbors by a cushion of straw. Mr. Davies' cellar was the same, and Mrs. Haverton's, and everyone's throughout the valley. They would eat apples all winter, in pies and sauce, and baked with cinnamon, and the taste would carry them through to spring when fresh food appeared again. The orchard behind Clara's house grew quiet. The trees stood bare-branched against the November sky, their work done for another year. The wasps disappeared. The birds moved on to other food sources. And Clara returned to her regular routine, opening the store at 8, sweeping the floor, arranging the day's newspapers, waiting for customers who came and went according to their own schedules. But something had shifted, though she could not quite name what. Perhaps it was just the season changing, the year turning toward winter as it always did. Or perhaps it was the accumulation of small exchanges, the apples given and sold, the money passed back and forth, the pie received as a gift. These transactions, simple as they were, had created a web of connection, barely visible but real nonetheless. One morning in late October, Clara stood at her kitchen window drinking tea and looking out at the bare orchard. The grass beneath the trees was thick with fallen leaves, brown and gold and rust-colored. The fence needed mending in one section. The compost heap was full of apple cores and discarded fruit, slowly breaking down into soil. It was all so ordinary, and yet standing there, cup warming her hands, watching the morning light move across the scene, Clara felt something that might have been gratitude, though for what exactly she could not say. For the trees, perhaps. For the apples. For the way things continued, year after year, in patterns so reliable they became invisible until something, the arrival of a stranger, the weight of a heavy harvest, made them visible again, just for a moment. She finished her tea, washed the cup, and walked to the store. The bell rang as she entered. She swept the floor and arranged the newspapers and took her place behind the counter. Old Thomas came at 9 for his tobacco. Mrs. Haverton came at 10:30 for flour. The day unfolded as days in the valley always unfolded, without drama or surprise, each hour following the last in comfortable succession. And in the cellars throughout the valley, the apples waited in their beds of straw, slowly sweetening, their skins wrinkling slightly as the weeks passed, holding within them the taste of autumn sun and cold nights, ready to release that taste into pies and sauce and the winter darkness, offering sustenance and the memory of harvest to everyone who would, in time, consume them. Chapter 4. The Letter That Took 6 Months. In March, when the snow was beginning to melt and the river ran high with spring runoff. The mail carrier brought Clara a letter from her sister. This was not unusual. Her sister wrote perhaps 3 or 4 times a year, and Clara wrote back with similar frequency. What was unusual was that the letter bore a postmark from 6 months earlier, dated September. Clara noticed this immediately as she stood behind the counter of the store, turning the envelope in her hands. The mail carrier, a weathered man named Porter who drove his route in an ancient truck, had already left to continue his rounds through the valley. She was alone with the letter, studying its journey as told through the accumulation of postal marks and handling. The envelope had been sent from the city where her sister lived, a place called Granton, several hundred miles to the east. From there it should have reached the valley in perhaps a week, maybe 2 if weather interfered. Instead, it had taken 6 months, and the envelope bore evidence of its wandering. Stamps from post offices in towns Clara had never heard of, sorting marks from facilities whose locations she could not begin to guess, and a certain worn quality that suggested it had been handled many times, set aside, forgotten, and rediscovered repeatedly. She opened it carefully. Inside were 3 pages in her sister's familiar handwriting, small and precise, the letters marching across the paper in neat rows. "Dear Clara," it began, "I hope this letter finds you well. The city is very hot right now, and everyone is complaining about the heat wave. The newspapers say it's the worst in 30 years, but I wonder if they say that every year and we just forget." Clara read this and tried to imagine her sister in September heat, but found it difficult. It was March now, and cold, and the idea of heat waves felt abstract, unconnected to any reality she currently inhabited. The letter continued, describing daily life in the city, her sister's work at a library, the apartment building where she lived, the neighbors who made too much noise, the grocery store on the corner that had changed owners and now carried different brands of everything. The details were vivid but somehow flat, as though describing a play rather than actual life. "I've been thinking about the valley lately," her sister wrote in the 3rd paragraph. "Do you remember when we were children and we used to climb up to the eastern ridge in summer? We would sit there for hours, looking down at the houses and the river, making up stories about where we would go when we grew up. You said you would travel to the ocean. I said I would live in a big city and work in a building so tall you could see the whole world from the windows." Clara did remember this, though the memory was faint, worn smooth by time. Her sister had always talked about leaving. Clara had talked about it too, because that's what you did when you were young. You imagined other places, other lives. But somewhere between childhood and adulthood, Clara had stopped imagining elsewhere and had simply settled into the life that was already around her, like water finding its level. "I did make it to the city," the letter continued, "and I do work in a tall building, though I can't see the whole world from the windows. Mostly just other tall buildings and a small square of sky. And you stayed in the valley. I used to think that meant I had succeeded and you had not, but now I'm not so sure. Success here feels very much like running very fast to stay in the same place. Does that make sense?" Clara folded the letter and placed it on the counter. Outside, the March wind was blowing, pushing clouds across the sky in ragged formations. She could see snow still clinging to the higher elevations of the mountains, but in the valley itself, the ground was emerging brown and sodden and ready for spring. The next time the mail carrier came, she gave him the letter. He took it and added it to his bag without comment. Clara watched him drive away and wondered where the letter would go, what route it would take, whether it would arrive quickly or wander for months through the postal system as her sister's letter had wandered. It didn't particularly matter. Her sister would receive it eventually, and would write back eventually, and the conversation between them would continue in its slow, irregular way, like two people talking across a great distance, their words taking so long to travel that by the time they arrived, the moment that had prompted them had long since passed. Spring continued to arrive. The snow retreated further up the mountains. The first green shoots appeared in the gardens. The river's voice changed as the snow melt increased, becoming louder, more insistent. People emerged from their winter hibernation, moving more freely, stopping to talk in the square, planning the work that spring demanded, plowing and planting, repairs to roofs and fences, the turning of compost heaps. Clara opened the store each morning to find the light different, changing daily as the sun's angle shifted. The newspapers began to carry stories about planting schedules and seed suppliers. Old Thomas bought packets of tobacco seeds to plant in his garden, explaining that this year he would try the old variety his grandfather had grown, see if it was any better than what he'd been using. Mrs. Haverton came in looking for fabric to make new curtains. "The old ones have gotten so faded," she said. "I hadn't noticed until the light changed. Isn't it funny how you can look at something every day and not really see it until something shifts?" Clara agreed that it was funny. She helped Mrs. Haverton choose a fabric, a cream-colored cotton with a subtle pattern of leaves. They discussed how much would be needed and how best to hang the curtains to take advantage of the light. These conversations, these small transactions, they filled the days. And the days filled the weeks. And the weeks filled the months. And through it all, Clara's letter traveled toward her sister in Granton. And her sister's next letter began its journey back. And the valley continued its slow rotation through the seasons, neither hurrying nor delaying, simply persisting in its own time, at its own pace, indifferent to the schedules and urgencies of the world beyond its ridges. One evening in late March, Clara stood in her kitchen as the light faded, washing her dinner dishes and looking out at the orchard. The trees were beginning to bud, tiny swellings on the branches that would become leaves, and then blossoms, and then, eventually, apples again. The cycle continuing, the wheel turning, everything proceeding as it had always proceeded, with the gentle inevitability of natural processes. She dried the dishes and put them away. She banked the fire and climbed the stairs. She stood at her bedroom window and looked out at the mountains, their peaks still white with snow against the darkening sky. Somewhere out there, beyond the ridges, was the world where her sister lived, the city with its tall buildings and heat waves and grocery stores with wrong brands. And here was the valley, enclosed and quiet and sufficient. Both existed. Both were real, and the letters that traveled between them carried news of these separate realities, creating a thin thread of connection that proved nothing except that distance could be crossed, slowly, imperfectly, but crossed nonetheless. Clara turned from the window and prepared for sleep, and night settled over the valley like a familiar blanket, covering everything in gentle darkness, making no distinctions, offering the same quiet rest to everyone and everything beneath it. Chapter 5, where time gathered like water. As spring deepened into summer, Clara began to notice something she had never quite noticed before, though it had surely always been there. It had to do with time itself, or rather with how time moved in the valley compared to how she imagined it moved elsewhere. It started one morning in June as she was sweeping the store floor. She had performed this same action thousands of times. The broom moving in long strokes, the faint sound of bristles on wood, the dust motes rising in the light from the window. But this particular morning, she became aware of how completely her body knew this motion, how she could sweep without thinking, without looking, without any conscious attention at all. And in that awareness, she realized that time had become layered. She was sweeping this floor now, yes, but she was also sweeping it yesterday, and last week, and 10 years ago, and all those instances of sweeping existed simultaneously, overlapping, creating a thickness to the present moment that made it feel both immediate and distant, both new and ancient. She stopped sweeping and stood still, the broom in her hands, trying to hold on to this sensation. It faded almost immediately, leaving only a faint residue of strangeness. She finished sweeping and went about her day, but the feeling returned periodically when she arranged the newspapers on the counter, when she greeted old Thomas, when she locked the door in the evening. It was as though the valley's time had a different quality than the time she understood from books or from her sister's letters. Out there, in places like Granton, time seemed to be linear, one thing following another, leading somewhere, accumulating towards some future that would be different from the present. But here, time felt more like a pool, deepening rather than advancing, gathering rather than flowing. She tried to explain this to Mrs. Haverton one afternoon when the woman came in to buy tea. "Do you ever feel," Clara asked carefully, "as though today and yesterday are not quite as separate as they should be?" Mrs. Haverton considered this. "I suppose," she said slowly, "that one day is very much like another. But isn't that true everywhere?" "I don't think so," Clara said. "I think in other places, each day is meant to be distinct. Different things happen. People move from one thing to another." "That sounds exhausting," Mrs. Haverton said. Clara smiled. "Yes, I suppose it does." But the observation stayed with her. She began to watch how other people in the valley moved through their days, and she saw the same quality she had noticed in herself, a kind of ritual repetition, each action performed so many times that it had worn a groove in time itself, a channel that made it easier to perform the action again and again without friction or resistance. The fisherman came to the river each morning and cast his line into the same pools. The blacksmith heated his forge to the same temperature and shaped metal with the same steady hammer strokes. The school children walked the same path from their homes to the schoolhouse and back again. Even the animals seemed to move in patterns, the crows returning to the same trees, the deer following the same trails to the river, the swallows nesting in the same eaves year after year. It was not boring exactly, or if it was boring, the boredom had become so complete that it transformed into something else, a kind of peace, perhaps, or acceptance, or simply the absence of the need for novelty. One evening in July, Clara took a walk after closing the store. She followed the river upstream, beyond the village, into the area where the valley narrowed and the mountains drew closer. The path was familiar. She had walked it many times before, but the evening light was particularly beautiful, turning everything gold and bronze. She walked for perhaps an hour, until she reached a place where the river fell over a series of low rocks, creating a sound like soft laughter. She sat on a boulder and watched the water move, endless and unchanging. Each drop different, but the pattern always the same. How long had this river been flowing? Hundreds of years, certainly. Thousands, probably. And how long had people lived in the valley, following their routines, performing their daily tasks? Long enough that their actions had worn grooves not just in time, but in the land itself. The paths they walked, the fields they plowed, the stones they stacked into walls. The valley was not timeless. Nothing was timeless, but it existed in a relationship with time that was different from what she understood to be normal. It did not fight against time or try to outrun it. It simply moved with time in a slow circle, like water circling a drain, but never quite going down, just continuing to circle, gathering depth with each rotation. As she sat there, Clara realized that she was not unhappy. She had never asked herself this question before, whether she was happy or unhappy, because the question seemed to belong to a different kind of life, one where happiness was a goal to be achieved rather than a state that simply existed or didn't exist depending on circumstances largely beyond one's control. But sitting by the river in the golden evening light, listening to the water's laughter, feeling the smooth sun-warmed stone beneath her, she felt something that might have been contentment. Or if not contentment, then at least the absence of discontent, which perhaps amounted to the same thing. She thought about her sister in the city, running fast to stay in the same place, as the letter had described it. She thought about the stranger who had come in autumn, looking for a road that didn't exist. She thought about all the people out there in the wider world, moving and striving and seeking, always seeking something else, something more, something different. And she thought about the valley, hidden from maps, forgotten by the wider world, simply existing in its quiet way, asking nothing, offering nothing except the steady continuation of days and seasons and the deep, layered time that accumulated like sediment, like snow, like the rings inside a tree trunk. She stood eventually and walked back to the village as the light faded. By the time she reached her house, the first stars were appearing. She lit her lamp and prepared a simple dinner, and as she ate, she looked out at the square where a few windows glowed in the darkness, each one containing someone living their own version of valley time, moving through their own patterns and routines. After dinner, she sat by the fire with her knitting, the needles clicking in their familiar rhythm. She was making a shawl, had been making it for several months now, and would probably continue making it for several months more. There was no hurry. The shawl would be finished when it was finished, and she would wear it when autumn came, and it would keep her warm through the winter, and in spring she would put it away and perhaps start another one, or perhaps not. The fire burned down. The hour grew late. She climbed the stairs to her bedroom and stood at the window, looking out at the mountains as she always did. They were dark shapes against the slightly less dark sky, solid and permanent and utterly indifferent to human concerns. Tomorrow she would wake and open the store and sweep the floor and arrange the newspapers. Old Thomas would come for his tobacco. Mrs. Haverton would come for whatever she needed. The mail carrier might come or might not. The river would continue to flow. The mountains would continue to stand. And the valley would continue to exist in its own time, neither past nor future, but somehow both simultaneously. A place where time gathered like water in a depression in stone, growing deeper and darker and more still with each passing year. And this, Clara thought as she turned from the window and climbed into bed, this was not a problem to be solved or a condition to be escaped. It simply was. The valley was what it was, and she was part of it. And together they moved through time in their particular way, slowly, quietly, without destination or purpose beyond the simple fact of continuing. Sleep found her easily, as it always did, and her dreams, if she had any, dissolved upon waking and left no trace. And morning came with its pale light, and she rose and dressed and descended the stairs and walked the short distance to the store, unlocking the door, stepping inside, greeting the familiar space with the familiar motion of sweeping, beginning another day that would be both the same as all other days and subtly, imperceptibly different, adding one more layer to the deep pool of valley time, one more ring to the tree trunk of her life. And the valley held all of this, all the days and nights, all the repeated actions, all the quiet lives lived within its boundaries, with perfect equanimity, neither celebrating nor mourning, simply containing and continuing, a place that had fallen off the maps and found, in that absence, a kind of freedom that required nothing and promised nothing except its own persistent, patient existence, season after season, year after year, as long as the mountains stood and the river flowed and people chose, for whatever reason, to remain. The morning light strengthened, the shadows shifted, and Clara moved behind her counter, arranging things that were already arranged, straightening things that were already straight, performing the small rituals that marked the beginning of another day in a place where beginnings and endings had become so numerous, so layered, that they had merged into a continuous present that stretched backward and forward without interruption, without drama, without any particular meaning except the meaning that comes from simple persistence. And somewhere beyond the ridges, the world continued its urgent racing from one moment to the next. But here, in this valley that maps forgot, time moved differently, gathered differently, meant something different. And Clara, standing behind her counter in the quiet morning store, was exactly where she had always been, where she would always be, held in the gentle, inexorable current of valley time, neither lost nor found, neither happy nor unhappy, simply existing as the valley existed, present, patient, and peacefully, endlessly itself. And night would come, as it always came, spreading its soft darkness across the mountains and the river and the houses, covering everything with equal care, making no distinctions, offering rest to all things. And the valley would breathe its slow breath, and time would continue to gather and deepen, and everything would remain exactly as it was, which was exactly as it had been, which was exactly as it would be, world without end, or at least until some distant future when mountains erode and rivers changed their courses, But that future was so far away as to be meaningless. And meanwhile, there was only this, the continuing present, the layered now, the deep pool of valley time where everything that had happened was still happening, would always be happening, forever and ever, gently repeating, slowly deepening, endlessly, quietly, peacefully being. And the stars turned overhead in their ancient patterns, and the wind moved through the grass. And somewhere an owl called once, twice, then fell silent, and the valley dreamed its slow dream of itself, and morning would come again, and everything would continue, as it always had, as it always would, until the end of time or the end of the valley, whichever came first, which would be never, or tomorrow, or 10,000 years from now. And it made no difference at all, because in the valley, time was not measured in movement, but in depth, not in progress, but in persistence, not in change, but in the infinite repetition of the same blessed, ordinary, unremarkable moments that together created something that was, in its own quiet way, eternal.